Alrighty. Wow. Okay. Why has it taken us 6 months to do this again? Oops. Hope I don't get claimed for that. I talked over it. It'll be fine. What a way to start the stream, but hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, depending on where in the world you're all watching this from. Welcome to Kiwami Realize. Okay, that's the only time you're getting one of those tonight. I cannot do that I cannot do that all night. That is the only time you're getting one of those. That is the only time you're getting one of those tonight. Maybe when we're done. Maybe. But that is the only time you're getting one of those. So because my voice has still not recovered after the Digimon AFK recordings, so you're gonna have to bear with me. Just here till beat break. You don't need to advertise that you're going to leave. That's quite rude, actually. But long-term viewers who know the deep lore might recognize this outfit, and I do want Apply Driver AJ to have a different outfit from Digimon Tamer AJ. This is not that outfit, but I thought it would be fun to throw this back on as a throwback for those who know the deep lore. Yes, Reiko's favorite outfit. Indeed, yes, Reiko's most favorite outfit in the world. Twitch clip that. I'm gonna send Reiko that clip later and just, destroy Reiko from the inside. They know what they did. They deserve it. Oh boy. Oh, it's gonna be one of those streams, isn't it? So yeah, we did the first one of these back in February. Hard as that is to believe, we did the first one of these back in February, and why has it taken us 6 months to do another one? Well, because it's taken me 6 months to get art. Like, that is the long and short of it. It has taken me 6 months to get art from the first part. Because Reiko, who, don't get me wrong, did a fantastic job with the the Questmon final look. I could never take anything away from that. They did such an absolutely stunning job. I could never take anything away from that. But it did take a while because of, Reiko had some personal stuff going on that, I'm not at liberty to get into. If Reiko wants to ever share what happened there, that's up to them. But I'm not at liberty to share that. But some personal stuff came up, and I'm gonna be honest, I did not trust another artist with this. That's what it kind of boils down to. I did not trust another artist with this. Along the way, I was meant to get some just standard artwork. Heh, pun intended, standard grade. Standard artwork of Navimon and Roleplaymon, like joined in combat or whatever, and the artist who offered to do it ghosted me. I'm not naming names. I'm not gonna. This isn't a call out, but I'm trying to explain, the lore. So I need you to check this. So yeah, the artist who, so the artist who was going to do the Navimon and Roleplaymon artwork for me ghosted me for about a month, and then came back and said some stuff came up. Maybe we'll see where we are next month. And I'm like, okay. Like, I mean, sure. That's not, that's disappointing, but okay. So then Reiko, is able to do the. We'll just pull the artwork up here before we get started. What the? So Reiko's able to get this, done. As well as. Do I not have the concept version saved on this computer? I have this version saved, so that'll do. So, Reiko was able to get those 2 pieces of art over to me. And, that was cool. What was supposed to follow this was an app chip and like a model apply drive that I could use for streams and for having my avatar hold. But again, life just does not want me to see this project through because other stuff came up and that just has not come to fruition at this time. But I'm still like, I'm not, this isn't me calling anyone out or putting them down or what, but because I'm still very grateful that, back in February, this was the final result that we came up with. And, to be able to take that and then turn that into turn that into this is bloody incredible. So the universe is just against Digimon universe. Is kind of just, it feels like against this project happening. I don't know why, but it's been hurdle after hurdle after hurdle. So I hired another artist to do the Navimon Roleplaymon artwork. Their website said turnaround time was generally 3 to 10 working days. I was like, oh, okay, cool. That'll be fun. Kind of explain the scope, what I was looking for, and they were like, yeah, cool, no problem. I got a sketch 2 weeks ago. And I messaged them the other night being like, hey, are there any updates for me? And they're like, yeah, I'm working on the line art. So I'm kind of like, huh. Right. Okay. So, one one person ghosts me and the other is just stalling. So I'm just it's not made me a happy camper. let us say that at the very least. It has not made me a happy camper. So I'm kind of just, I'm honestly at this stage, I'm just gonna be like, okay, I'm sticking to VGen from now on. I'm not going through, any artists on Twitter, like if they're, click my link tree and follow my commission form. I'm just not doing that anymore. I'm just not. So yeah, it'll just have to. I'm just gonna go through VGen where there's deadlines and everything is tracked and accounted for, and we'll just kind of see what happens because I've been burned too many times on this. But so the other night I started playing with the I was hemming and hawing. We talked about it a little bit on Discord, and I even put a poll up. I was hemming and hawing a bit on where to go from here. So we have Questmon's final design, and she's awesome. But where do we go with it? Do we take it? is the obvious answer Mienumon? Because, Mienumon is a stealth app. Ninjas, stealth, kind of works out that way, right? It feels very much like they should go hand in hand, and the design could be this kind of cybernetic, futuristic kind of thing, like some of the more recent Ninja Gaiden designs or something like that. And yeah, I will say Ninja Gaiden has been a huge inspiration for where we are currently, along with a few other things. But we'll talk about that before we bust open the sketchbook and get going. So I was like, okay, well, Mienumon makes sense, but is it too obvious? And also, like, she features fairly heavily in the anime and features fairly heavily in the manga. So I'm like, okay, maybe there's an option we have that's less I don't want to say overused, but maybe there's a more underrated option we could work with. And then Coordemon exists. And I got thinking about it, and I was like, okay, she's got the bow and arrow, and yeah, she's traditionally, it's coordination for fashion. But, it doesn't just have to be for that in the scope of what we want to do. So I was thinking, like, the idea before was taking Navimon, who is this navigational app, and merging it with Roleplaymon, who is, the representation of just JRPGs in general. And this idea of going on a quest and navigating around an unknown world, and being lost on your journey and finding your way. It was kind of it worked. So I was thinking with Coordemon, well, it's not just about fashion coordination, though any good JRPG should have a good customization system that you can dress your characters in different outfits, you can edit their colors, you can mix and match maybe design elements from different classes. Every good JRPG should have a good character creator. I was like, okay, I think I can work with that. The bow also helps because we talked about it on the first one. The end goal here for the God grade is going to be something to akin to an Athenamon or Pallas. I haven't really decided which variant of the name to use yet. I'm leaning towards Athena, but that might be my Saint Seiya bias. But also the god of the hunt, the god, Coordemon uses a bow. It's like, okay, maybe this is, maybe, and the bow is a good ninja weapon as well, exactly. So I thought, okay, so what can I do with that? Like, it's one thing, and the important thing is, like, we have to build on Questmon's design. We can take elements from Coordemon, but AppGattai, I'm losing my voice already. AppGattai isn't like Jogress. It's not, or DNA Digivolution if you want to use the dub term. It's not even like Digicross, right? Like, there's like I like when when Dogachimon and Timemon combine, it's not like Globemon is covered in clocks, or when Mienumon and Saximon combine into Wardamon, Saximon's design just seems to go out the window. There's no trace of Saximon in that design whatsoever. Where a Jogress is very much design elements from both bolted into a new Digimon. Paildramon, Sylphimon, are testament to that. Shakomon is, if you know what you're looking for. Hey, Desmume, welcome in. Peepomon's a good shout for security. Yeah, no, I did like that idea. You know, so it's not like Digicross either, where the new element becomes a component for the base element. AppLink kind of has that covered. Because the other guy just hangs off you like a ghost or a stand or some crap. So it is very different. Well, like when you break down the brass taxes of how AppGattai works versus Jogress or even Digicross. So I kind of had to keep that in mind. And I was kind of sketching around, and I haven't put any color to this, and I showed it off. Like, this was the first idea I had. This was kind of the first, excuse the really long neck, and right, this is kind of like, we had our Ninja Dragoon, which is kind of what we took the idea that we were running with Questmon initially. But I was thinking, okay, so like a hunter's hood, maybe a cloak. If we're implementing Coordemon's bow, maybe a breastplate or something. The ninja star is just there because it was just I wanted an emblem. It's not there for any concrete reason. It's just to fill space, basically. The kind of samurai archer, like the kind of the protective shoulder pad as well. And I was thinking like Coordemon's domino mask would be, could be either like a pair of goggles or like the old Batman the animated series, the way those characters' masks would work, where it was just like black and you have the white eyes completely filled in. So and then as we come down the design, there's just a lot of straps. Like the base of this outfit, I'm gonna be honest, like, just where's my pencil here, just so I can point things out, right? So the kind of all these straps that we have going on, is the Final Fantasy nut in me just being like, oh well, yeah, straps. Take inspiration from Tetsuya Nomura. Just give everything belts. But also Ayane from Ninja Gaiden 4. Is that the newest one? Ninja Gaiden 4. You look at her outfit. That was kind of where like this kind of superhero undies into like this upper strap, this kind of upper piece of like paneling or fabric kind of came from. And then I was trying to keep the design here from Questmon's like bodysuit, like the kind of the ninja bodysuit that we were working with. Let me just, so I was trying to kind of hold over other elements, and then little kunai still in the shape of like the navigational markers, like on the hips and on the legs. The sword here, this is meant to be like a sword handle, and then the actual blade itself is down here. We talked about on the previous one of these of doing like the sword would upgrade as we go through. So it would start with start as like little daggers, maybe turn into something like a buster sword, maybe turn into something like and then for the god grade, maybe turn into something like Sephiroth's Masamune. I don't know how much of that idea we're gonna hold on to, but I just kind of wanted to keep the idea, as part of the sketch, just in case we come up with something something else, along the way. So that was where I started. And then this is kind of where I ended up. Oh. Before that, there was this idea of like keeping the shoulder armor and then just like a big old cloak which the hood would come up from, so I could do like a hood up and hood down version. The hands were made to have Coordemon's, like, her hands, the way they're just, well, they're hands, but then you get the little nails coming out of them. So that was like, that's why they look like they have little syringes on the end. I don't know how clear that is for you guys. And then again, the sword idea mixed with the bow, and then the little keeping the daggers from or the kunai from Questmon as part of the design. So I kind of retooled that again because because there's a character from I think Shin Megami Tensei 1 with a similar kind of cloak design. I'm like, maybe, yeah, maybe psychologically, I that's where I was pulling from. I was like, okay, it's too similar, so we'll go again, and this is where we ended up. So we kept the big goggle idea, or the face mask idea, so this would be filled in black, and then these would be just pure white, maybe. I did try drawing eyes in on the initial sketch. I didn't like it. I'm open to trying again, but I figured if these were going to be like a mask or goggles, and then the faceplate here carrying over from Questmon and from Navimon, like like a ninja like mask. There's no harm in giving it the Digimon mouth. You know the one I mean. You look at any Royal Knight and you know what I mean when I say the Digimon mouth. But the hood is also a lot more ninja-esque. You've got like the assassins, point on the front, but then you've the way it crisscrosses. And I brought in the leaf here from Coordemon's hat, just to give it something. Just to give it something. Doubled up on the shoulder pads instead of just having one large one on the shoulder. Doubled up on the shoulder pads. Larger breasts because Kiwami. And we will go. I'm gonna put it out there now. We're gonna go bigger again for the God grade, just because. I am a pervert. Look, it's my design. Anyway, so it's reminding you of a Tradismon. Oh, that's neat. A Tradismon was not factored in. I did not want the like that visor thing that it has, the glowing like I'm gonna be like, Chad, I'm gonna be honest with you. I didn't intend for Questmon to be as small as she is. Like, if I pull up the original sketch again, hold on. If I bring up the sketch that we did on the first one of these, like, there's meant to be like, these are meant to be straps, like, but there's meant to be some size there. She didn't, she wasn't intended to be part of the itty bitty brigade. But Reiko thought it would be better. And again, like I said, I trusted Reiko's thought process, and yeah, sure enough, it worked out. So, so for the Kiwami, I wanted to go bigger. Especially if I was mixing it with either Mienumon or Coordemon, because like Mienumon's very, not to sound like the old man from Bravely Default, but Mienumon's kind of jiggly. Like for a super grade. And then when she evolves into Wardemon, it's like, okay, pure fan service, like, yeah, okay, like there's nothing wrong with a bit of fan service. Like the idea of having like the little bandana here on Questmon was that the chest was like exposed, but the bandana was acting like a modesty panel, so you don't actually see the cleavage. It's actually covered up by the bandana acting as a modesty panel. For this idea, I was like, okay, well, we're not doing that for this. There's no need to. At least not yet. During the design process over the next couple of hours, I might feel differently. So I'm just gonna throw that up because it's a clearer photo of kind of like what I had in mind here. So yeah, so I kept the mask. We got the Digimon mouth. We've got the bigger breast. Those are meant to be shines. Look, I can't draw. You know this, right? This is why I'm an idea person, and then I pay people to execute those ideas. I kept all the belts. The straps are kind of like, again, the straps are kind of Wardemon inspired, but do hold over from the first idea I had that was kind of very much Ayane's design from Ninja Gaiden 4. I want to see if I can pull up a photo of that without I love that the jump button is tethered to my space button. Oh yeah, that'll do. Lovely. Lovely. So she's got this kind of Motoko Kusanagi vibe going on. She's kind of got this like the Major from the Ghost in the Shell kind of vibe going on with this outfit. For years. Okay, so here's the fun part. Just because what I was saying about a Tradismon not figuring into this design, when I made the hood, even Meg was like, oh, maybe some ears would be fun. And I'm against it only because it might end up looking actually too much like a Tradismon. You feel me? Like, we don't quite know if those are horns or ears yet, and maybe we'll find out later today, based on how Beat Break works out. But I was looking at this initially, and I'm just like, yeah, that's bloody cool. It's got this asymmetric thing going that I love. I love this kind of like kind of digital texture almost in the bodysuit. I think it's really cool. It's got this sheer element of it that I don't think will carry over into the next design. This is a bit more see-through than I think I would like for my Digimon or for my Appmon. But I love the pattern, if nothing else. And then you've got like the leg brace, and you've got the big boots, and you've got the heels and the open toes. I was like, okay. The open toes, I didn't, not very much sold on, but I wanted to kind of make the feet very much more kind of like Globemons in a sense. So like if I pull that other image back up. Oh, hold on. Where is the border so I can... Holy crap. There we go. This image is much bigger than I thought it was. Janie mackerel. Okay. So, yeah. So I was thinking more like this for the feet, right? And what I kind of like about this as well... What I do kind of like about this as well is the circle, like, we could keep, like, the navigational marker, like, on the feet. But also the circle here could be used for Coordemon's the other thing on its hat. Now, I don't know how much I like giving my ninja hunter a reflective light that would give them away in in the cover of night, but you know, it was just I was kind of struggling with how much of Coordemon to kind of pay homage to in the design, other than, you know, Questmon gets a bow and a fancy new outfit. You know, becomes much more coordinated, so to speak. And then the giant sword idea was just kind of left over from the last stream. Again, I don't know if I'll keep it, but yeah, that was less dinosaur feet, more robot feet. Can I pull up a photo of Globe? Oh yeah. Yeah, it's primary artwork. That'll do. In Digimon Wiki, and it's 20,000 ads. Oh, where did it go? There we go. So, like these kind of feet, you know, like more robot than dinosaur. Because I thought maybe like the traditional tabby would be a bit much. Also, I didn't want so many design elements that it doesn't look like it doesn't even look like an Appmon anymore. You know, that's the other part of this. You know, the design I have is still very human. Uh so maybe, you know, putting some ears on it or something. Maybe that's not a bad idea. Because it otherwise, like, it is a very human looking design. For the you know, for the moment. So if I could give it some, you know, so if I could give it some extra something, like it's got the claws already. I want, you know, I want to kind of keep these like feet to it. Just something to make it look a bit more bestial, if not robotic. You know, maybe like I don't know. No, I was gonna say like a roboticized animal from Sonic, but I don't think that works as a good example. I feel like I'm on the cusp of what I want to say, but I can't think of the actual, you know. So and I saw Corvidae come into the chat very briefly at the start of the show, and I'm very sad that Corvidae won't be able to stay or isn't able to stay, because I know Corvidae was looking forward to this. But you know, we'll we'll have one in Corvidae's honor. And yeah, look, let's get started. Okay, fresh new page, fresh new start. Camera, you want to focus on the what the camera? Why have you stopped focusing? Oh, that's not good. Was it the can? Bugger. Hold on. I had to deactivate this and reactivate it. There we go. All right. Okay. All good. We're back. No harm, no foul. So then, I think what we need then is a picture of Coordemon. I feel like I was working on a bigger screen last time. Maybe I should swap over to the emulator screen. And maybe that would give us more real estate. Or... hold on. Maybe I can do that. Yeah, maybe we can do that. And a sketchbook over there. And we'll keep Coordemon here. And then even just this, you know. Hey, Desmond, welcome in. How are you? I know, I'm hiding. It's atrocious. Let me... I might have to hide the chat for a minute, but there we go. Oh my god. Look, if I remember the last stream correctly, the window was just covered in reference images for like the whole thing, so we might actually be doing well here. Okay. So I do like the hood idea. If I'm being... oh god, and now the camera's frozen. Why? I'm gonna throw this camera out the window. I'm just gonna have to remove it from the sources and add it back in. There we go. All right, there we go. I just need to flip it around now. Swish. Okay. Oh, come on. Why is it failing? Okay. Are you for real? Okay. Fun. Where am I? What am I doing here? I'll just put those up there. Yeah. Yeah, that can just hide, I guess. Okay, so anyway, so I was saying, right? I really do like the hood idea. The idea of like having a hood that can come up or come down, the or the eye mask blending with the face mask to create something new. I really do like that idea. Uh Hi Ben, my name is AJ, not DJ. Um so if we take that and yeah, so I got okay. So I gotta try and just make it smaller than the preview images I was showing you at the start. So right, so again, I do like the hood idea, and then like the yeah. So maybe that more traditional kind of vibe is the way to go. I just want to see how I did it on the previous image. Oh, not that one. Oh, okay. So kind of like a diamond up top, and then you've got like the hem there with the pointy bit. Okay. Uh, after just telling myself that, I immediately forgot. So like similar to when we were building Questmon, I'm gonna be honest. Like I think I'm happy with because Questmon was a very similar thing where I think I started with the head. I had an idea for the head and I went from there. So I'm thinking kind of the same thing here. And then and you could even argue you could even make a case that hold on, where's my eraser? Let me get my rubber out. um And maybe what we'll do as well, we'll design an actual face for under the mask. I think that could be fun. We want to keep the headband bit here. And I will darken these lines once I'm Once I'm happy with what we're doing, I'll darken these lines up. Um, and that would just be like the seam or the peak, you know, for where the yeah. So from here, then we want these two lines to kind of meet where this middle seam would be. Problem is with drawing a hood, you need to be very delicate because it may end up looking, you know, like something else, and that's not what we want. You know, we don't want our hood here looking like something that might get us thrown off the platform. So you see what I say about the diamond. One of the orange pencils should be a 5B or 6B, so it'll be darker. Yeah, this is a H3, which I don't mind for just getting the general idea out there. It also doesn't leave too many dark lines if I have to rub stuff out. But you know what? I will. Let's you know what? Let's finalize this, and then yeah, I'll darken it up. So right, so we need kind of to give depth to the hood. So from here, then is where the face would be pointing out through, and then we can do like the big goggles. We can also just give it the Digimon face while we're here. To turn Navimon's face mask into just the Digimon mouth. Um, and then okay, and then yeah, so we just double up on that. Double up on that. And that's kind of like just the basic idea for like keeping the ninja aesthetic. You know, it's kind of got this traditional idea of it, but then you're roboticizing in the face to bring it more in line with like Appmon aesthetics. Um, you know, but I feel like I might actually have to erase here just for a second. Because oh, getting very long. There we go. Then bang, bang. Also, I also like that giving it like the Digimon mouth with the fangs kind of brings in some of the beast. I don't mean this word the way it's going to be infirmed, but it brings in some of the bestiality of Coordemon being like a raccoon. I don't mean that kind of bestiality, you perverts. But you know, it does bring in some of that bestialness. Um um you know, so like a scary mask that's like done with like colors, you know, bright colors or opposing imagery to scare off foes, you know, that kind of thing. Um so then what we can do from here is kind of just go around that and into the neck, into the neck plunge and back around so that we know, like, so we know that the neck is like here. And then we just give her a cute little, like, instead of putting the leaf up here, if we give her a little charm with the leaf here or something, you know, um, I might just up here, just not a necklace. Christ, what's the word I'm looking for? Um, choker. And then we can just follow out the rest of the hood and into the shoulders. And so much for making this smaller. I can already tell this is going to end up the same size as the reference image. I have an inability to be able to shrink down what I'm drawing. But you know what? This might be good. This might be good for fleshing out the details we want, and then I can try and chibify them um, as we go. So um so then the hood kind of end the kind of, yeah. I think we'll just keep that aesthetic from the original sketch idea of it just kind of comes down here. Okay. Okay. So here's where it gets fun. I'll give me my coloring pencils here for a second. Or maybe an elf. Yeah, actually, you know what? Let me sharpen this 5B. Um, Ooh, you know what? I just thought of something. Twitch probably still says we're streaming Digimon. We are not. I'm going to change it to art. Well, as much as this can be considered art, I don't know. Um, yeah, there it is. Okay, it updated. Um, I think what I might do, I might just pull the hem here just up a bit. Because I think that'll help me visualize it better when I go to kind of chipify this later. So maybe here. Okay, yeah, you know what? I think that looks a bit better. Yeah. So let's use our sharpened cross 5B here to darken things up and help the camera focus. If you wouldn't know I sharpened it up, it's still blunt as heck. Um, there we go. That's better. Um, right, and then you've got the neck and the choker, and then the little charm hanging off of it. Okay. Fun fact, I stole all these drawing pencils from my fashion college, so they even fit the theme. Lamau! Okay. Hold on. This looks like it's kind of looking at you cockeyed. So hold on, I need to. Shit. There we go. Okay. It looked less like the it looks less now like this one is squinting. Okay, so an Ojo laugh. I don't do that anymore. Okay. Hmm. So I wonder. Hmm. I wonder if I should commit to the kind of the Batman bit and fill in the middle here so that it's just the white eyes on either side as opposed to it being like a Sonic thing and like it just being one larger, monoball. So I want to make this silver rather than the green carrying over from Questmon. I want to make this kind of silver, like the aforementioned kind of Digimon mouth. And then do the Sonic eyes. I want to see something. Yeah, it's probably better if I just. Yeah, it's probably better if I just make this silver as well. I feel like Honestly, like, maybe I jumped the gun on coloring that in. I think we can. Hmm. Yeah, I think if I try and fix that, I'm just gonna bork it even more. So thankfully, gray lift. So can at least redraw it. Maybe, maybe a different take on the maybe just maybe having the two fangs so far apart. Maybe that's not the way to go. Let me have a look at something. Yeah, oh, you know what? Maybe something more like Siriusmon, where I'm gonna have to redraw this whole head, but that's fine. That's what this is for. That's what this is for. Kind of workshopping things. Bring up some of the model drawing pages for poses you're meant to trace. They're in the attic. Oh. Okay, let me pull something up here. You know, speaking of like having it be maybe a bit more bestial. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? Oh, it's saved as one of those bad PNGs. Okay. You know, this works. Actually, this works. So, initially, I was thinking, lock that, right? Marek, welcome in. So I was thinking maybe something like that for the mouth with the way Siriusmon has like the upper and lower fangs to, you know, bring in some like beast elements from Coordemon, you know, her being like a squirrel or a panda thing like Pristimon is. But then Globemon manga is very much what I'm looking for. Could darken part of the mask to give her a Tanuki nose. Well, Yeah, see, I was gonna hold off on the nose until we're doing the hoodless version. So it might be a case of let me just see here. Let's just see how like the Globemon variant works out. Oh, hello, Meg.
Orby.
Oh, okay. I think there's one in there. Gonna say hi to chat?
Hi, chat. Still a big friendo. Big friend.
Oh.
Like 3 inches long.
Ew.
Yeah. Ugh.
Spoder?
Big spoder.
Ew.
Yeah. Hi, chat.
Well, don't die out there. That would be bad. Mark asks, are we doing a fusion? I guess for Appmon it's just evolution, but AppGattai is different to Jogress in that you don't really get the components of the fusion element as part of the actual final result. So yeah, we're fusing the green one down here, Questmon, that we made in a different video, with Coordemon here. The same way cross up is different to Jogress. Yeah. Like Digicross isn't Jogress either. But like cross up, I suppose, would be closer to Jogress than Digicross is. So, okay. Which one is that? There we go. Okay, so what if we went this way with the fangs? Like, it's a big metallic mouth, so even calling them fangs is, I think, being generous. Like, I don't dislike this idea. So, hold on. So the initial idea would have been right. So that was basically the initial idea. But then this one kind of gives us yeah, these are completely off model, I know. Hey Sleek, welcome in. Hi Twitch, have to hide over here a bit because the other phone is dying. Welcome to Twitch, Meg. Did you cross and cross up are different things? I really don't remember that series then. Yeah, like cross up is like they both use Digicross, but cross up feels more like just a power up than a true like evolution. And that's why they're all like cross up something mon as opposed to, you know, something different like Metal Greymon or Shoutmon Cross 4. So I'm gonna have to draw both heads again, aren't I, with the same mouth and see what looks better with the using the mask as like a pair of goggles. But to answer your question, Sleek, I already have a god grade in mind. It will also be I just haven't decided on which version of that god's name I'm going with. Because it's for an OC thing. I haven't even, like, to be fair, I haven't even decided which other ultimate is going to fuse with the final result of this. But you know, we'll we'll get there in time. So all right, so hold on. I have to draw out the hood again. So okay. So and okay. And then there's the peak on the ninja hood. Okay, so we've got the ninja hood up and running again. So big ol' goggles to represent Coordemon's mask. And then the mask either gets... I'll darken this up in a sec. Not sure if you said about the nose, but could do that on the side profile. Yeah, once we're doing the hoodless version, I'll worry about kind of what nose. But Satellamon would fit, though. He's the only ultimate that doesn't evolve to a god satellite. See, the idea of like fusing Navimon with Roleplaymon gave us Questmon. And so fusing with Coordemon is keeping the JRPG element of Roleplaymon going, because fashion, different costumes, different job classes, all that stuff. But also bows are a good ninja weapon. The other option for this was Mienumon, but I just felt like that was too obvious, and like Mienumon has been used quite heavily with the Appmon show and manga. So I didn't want to, dip my toes in that one. But oh, Meg, what are you doing? There we go. So, like, Mienumon I thought worked really well because stealth, ninja, whatever. But if the individual apps are to represent the OC's growth throughout the course of the story, I think Coordemon helping the ninja become kind of more of a more rounded hunter was the way to go. It's the god grade I don't know, because the god grade will be Athena or Pallas. Again, not really sure which version of the name I'm using. Probably Athena. But because, the goddess of the hunt. Mienumon's not really RPG themed, but it was to more blend with Navimon's ninja elements more than Roleplaymon's RPG elements. Although, Cyber Sleuth and Hacker's Memory do have a skill that just lets you turn invisible, so it's not exactly a bad idea either in that regard. So let me just darken this one up so you guys can see it before we add the hood, the mask details in. And then we can kind of move on to designing like the body, weapons, that sort of stuff. And then before we finish up, we'll do what face is under the hood. Adios Gaming, welcome in. Okay. I think, well, also Minerva exists as an AI within Appmon. So Athena was also kind of, well, that's a fun idea, especially because like Minervamon or Mervamon exists within the Olympus 12. So, there's a parallel there. Not that my one's going to be a big snake lady, at least I don't think she's going to be. But I just thought there was a nice kind of synergy there as well. Okay. Oblivion, welcome in. Seeing as we technically lack one line that goes into God mode, what's your take on Satellamon and Damedamon being materials for God grade Appmon? Sorry, I can't read that name without breaking into Bakabitai. Dame dane, dame yo, dame yo. But it is weird that Satellamon is like the only one that doesn't get to go to God mode. It is weird. Damedamon, like, obviously there should be a God version of him considering there is Damemon, then Damedamon, and there should be a Damemon, right? I feel like that's you complete that joke. But yeah, it is weird. Like I do wonder what the thought process is, like, even now, of not giving Satellamon a god grade. Like, the anime didn't need one. But as far as I know, the video game doesn't do it either. We haven't finished the video game yet. We're still maybe halfway through. So, as far as I'm aware, there's no new god mode for Satellamon. So it is just odd that, like, he's just there waiting. They're dead ends, so it feels like it could happen in the card game. That is my wish for the card game, that if we're not going to get a new Appmon show or manga at this stage, that the card game just starts making new ones. That is my wish. All right, so this one's kind of grayed out because I was going for like the metallic-y silver idea. So to kind of make it, I've kind of botched the spacing on that. Hold on. There we go. And then the bottom of the mask then would have, that fang, and then you'd have, that's like for the metal plate bit, right? So it looks like that typical Digimon lower jaw. But if I do it again just for a clearer view of this one. Also, Satellamon got included in the Three Musketeers. Yeah, I do love that. I do love that, like, Shopmon and, like, them got included as, they're like the D'Artagnan of the Three Musketeers. Alright. So, right, once more with the hood. And the reason I keep doing the hood before I commit to the face is because we need to... I feel like the face on its own is one thing, but the face has to look right with the hood over it. So... Okay. Right, and I can tidy off the hood and tighten up the window in a moment. So the big old goggles for Coordemon's mask. And then we're taking... Okay. So you could go that way. Not enough spacing there. The Musketeers do give an evil generals working under the big bad sort of vibe. Oh, for sure. So, like, Satellamon fits right in, like, if you think of them that way. So then... There we are. Okay. And then from here, you would just have the spike, you would have the tooth or the spike going up there as well. Man, I don't know how like actual artists do this stuff. Hey, welcome Aiden Wukong. Thank you so much. Look, I'll be getting an artist to finalize the details for me so they can be a bit scuff. Okay. So, let me just go over this with the darker pencil and then we can kind of see like which one we prefer. I'm still sad the other musketeers didn't get included in yeah, the musketeers not get like the only musketeer like Magna Kidmon just oh wait, how do you mean? Oh, included in the story. Yeah. Like Gundramon and Magna Kidmon not being part of the story is kind of sad. But we had to have side quests about Agumon and Gabumon. I mean, where were they supposed to put them? Okay. Okay. So then okay, so basically this is what we're looking at with the two face masks. Ignore the fucking Darth Vader helmet looking hood here. I was trying to go for that like old traditional ninja hood, and the more I've drawn it, the worse it's gotten. Like this is what I started with. And now the more I've drawn it, the worse it's gotten. So again, this is why I don't draw. This is why I am an ideas person and then I pay people to draw it for me. Also there should be like tufts of hair coming out from under the hood as well. The second hood? I mean that like this one? I mean it'll be the same design either way. I'm just trying to figure out what way to do like that traditional Digimon faceplate building on from that one? Yeah. Just building on from Questmon's faceplate here. Like like ultimately they will do this. They'll both do this. And then there'll be a little capelet at the back, like links from Twilight, like not Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. I nearly said Twilight Kingdom, and I'm like, no, no, that is it being 12:30 in the morning talking. As someone who's sort of starting with drawing, it's mostly reducing complex shapes into simpler ones, training your shoulder and wrist muscles with lots of practice. You see, it's the lots of practice bit. I like drawing, I just never commit time to doing it. I like sketching out ideas and, trying to bring stuff to life, but I just, yeah. It just never kind of pans out. And obviously then we'll have the neck and the choker. So so between these two, which face mask do you got? Which face mask do all of you prefer? A or B? You prefer A? So the fang on either side and then the one at the bottom? Yeah. Okay. And then the choker would be black as well, and obviously it would have the leaf symbol carrying over from Coordemon. Just as a little fashion accessory. The one fang is different from the Digimon mouth chin at least. It's giving Splatoon. This one? Oh, I like that idea. Okay. So that's 2 votes for the first one. And that was what we started with up here before I erased everything and swapped it out to test that one. So, okay. Face mask A. Going once. Going twice. Sold. All right. So we're committing to this one. All right. Cool. All right. So fresh page then. And we start over. And now not much intensity is making sure your fundamentals are in order. You're trying to lift it without proper form. You're just gonna end up hurting yourself. Drawing's the same. I would agree with that. I would agree with that. What am I getting? You're not getting anything. I just need camera focus. Stay focused. Seriously. Anyway. Alright, so one more time for the head, and then we start working on the body. Fun. So I'm gonna try and make it smaller so that we can fit more body on the page. I don't really know how well it's gonna work out though. So just on that, I'm just gonna bring my reference image back up. No, not that one. My literal, here's one I made earlier. Okay. Okay. So I'll try and give this a curved element. Then we have V shape coming down here. So the reason also I'm so particular about this V and keeping this as part of the design, it's not just the, you know, traditional stereotype ninja element of it. It's also kind of keeping back to our original designs for Questmon. Like we took this and got it turned into this. So, you know, and at one point, one of the ideas I had, let me see if I still have it, if I still have it saved, or do I need to pull it from Discord? Where the hell is this thing? I know it's in this thread. Okay. This'll do. So originally when we were designing Questmon, Um, I went through a bunch of different variants for what the face would look like. What would a Navimon mixed with Roleplaymon look like? And I started off with this kind of Super Sentai kind of head, which I still love. Like the idea of incorporating Roleplaymon's mouth as like Sentai helmet lips, I think it's just an idea that's too funny. Like, I'm kind of glad we didn't bring it out over for the final design, but I still think it's a hilarious idea. But as we kept trying to integrate Navimon's navigational, that head into the upgraded design, and keep parts of Roleplaymon intact as well. At one point, it even looked like this, which is hilarious. Um, but so I do want to keep the V from like that style of ninja hood, just as part of the you know I don't know, like, I just don't know what to put in here, like a jewel, or maybe go back to put in Coordemon's leaf, or like make it another eye or something. I just don't know what to put in here. Um like, I'm halfway to a Seal of Orichalcos here. If I just extend these ones, I can tie them off, and and send all your souls to the Shadow Realm. But but kind of like that. It took us a while to settle on what the face should look like. So, I think it has to be a very We'll always have her stitched mouth under the mask, like how Wizardmon normally hides. Do you know what? That's a really fun idea. That's a really fun idea. We'll take a look at that when we're doing the hood down version. Stitched mouth, exactly. Yeah, the stitched mouth ties it back. Okay, so let me just open the hood up so we can put the. Actually, you know what? I think I'll do the. I think I'll actually do. I think I'll start with the eyes. And that way, then I can kind of bring the hood down around it. You know what I mean? Wait, shame I can't just hit Control Z on paper, but. But I feel like that'll add some depth for like what's supposed to go where. Okay. Okay, so we're going with the So we're going with this idea, yeah? Okay. Also so much easier if I could copy and paste in real life. Control C, Control V, you know what I mean? Okay. Honestly, that face came at me under cover of darkness, I'd be terrified. So, you know, maybe this is the way to go, chat. Maybe you're right. And then we just give her just a neck very quick, very briefly. And then the choker. Right. Okay. Right. So even if it comes out a little scuff, this is the idea that we're committing to. Yeah, if this thing was trying to assassinate me, I'd be terrified. Okay. So one thing I do think we need to do is keep this silver. And I think the actual fangs would be good staying white. Or do you guys feel like just making the whole mask silver? Because, like, I do need to start, and I'll probably make them darker than Questmon. But one thing I do need to do and I'll just do this here to differentiate. So that was Questmon Navimon green. I might have to actually pull up a lamp. That should be whatever we end up naming this thing. So it keeps the green, like kind of Questmon's shoulder pads, but that's starting to bleed out across the design more intently. It also brings in the greens from Coordemon's hat. And then if we're going with the Batman the animated series kind of idea for the mask or for the goggles here. We just color these all black. Well, not all, but And we're just gonna keep the mono ball white. So, you know, let me get the Spider-Man lamp plugged in. Oh, he is dusty. I'm not gonna put this on screen because he is dusty. But don't worry, the base is meant to look grimy and dirty. It's New York. But yeah, that is not helping. that is. Hold on. Maybe. Oh no, that was on max. Never mind. Well, maybe it differentiates the greens. So. Oh, you know what? No, I hate this. This is not helping. It's just in my way now. Alright, screw that. Okay. Okay. Well, let's commit to this. That ending is too long. That's too long. Hold on. Godzilla, Mike. Right, hold on. What way did we do this? Oh, that's the neck. And so if we bring it down to about here, and then we can put the yeah, that's good. And where's my eraser gone? So I can now take these off. Ooh, okay. Okay, there we go. So, hood colors. Honestly, I'm unsure at the moment. I feel like I do want to bring in like the darker green, but I also feel like I don't know if like the whole hood, like if that like if is that going to be the primary color, and then we just kind of keep the reds and maybe yellows as highlights. But we'll see when we work out the actual body um of the Appmon. So just to bring up the reference image again. Oh yeah, there should be little tufts of hair. I mean, I'm gonna add those to just give it a bit of personality and not look so not look so bleak up top. So or vacant. And then we can color those yellow because we are going to keep the blonde going, especially considering she's fusing with Coordemon, who is already blonde. So keeping the blonde over from like the initial Roleplaymon fusion, I mean, it to me it just makes sense. So I think it just gives a bit of personality up top rather than it looking quite vacant outside of like the peak of the front of the hood. Um so all right. So initially, as you guys can see, for the body type, obviously, we increased the bust from Questmon. And I'm just gonna take Coordemon off screen here for. Oh, actually, Coordemon helps here because like I love her little tunic thing here with the coat over it. Like I love her little tunic thing here with the coat over it. Um, and that going into like the shorts, I think is a really fun idea. Um, but I think we need a different image to reference. So let me just pull up one of her two whole trading cards. Can you believe that? Honestly, I think this is a good reference. Actually, I think this one's phenomenal. Um, oh, oh, that loaded in bigger than I expected. That is what she said. Um, okay. But yeah, she's just an itty like she's just an itty bitty like squirrel girl or like a panda or something. So, but as I mentioned earlier, like just because they're an AppFusion doesn't mean that all of the design elements here are going to or should carry over into the fusion form. Again, look at Globemon. Where is Timemon in that? Look at Wardemon. Where is Where is Sakshimon in that design? A Tanuki? Nah, she hasn't got big enough. Ain't I a stinker? Anyway, so let me get rid of that. So yeah, so we brought over the mask. We brought over the domino mask, and we want to incorporate the leaf somewhere, and we're gonna like the bow is going to play a part in the design. I think that goes without saying. But um but I don't think we'll get away with, say, the fluffy scarf. A couple of belts here and there. I do like that idea, like you saw from the demo image that I drew up. Belts are great. Belts also help with the you know, the JRPG aspects of this, because like look at any given Final Fantasy character and Tetsuya Nomura's love of belts. It just makes sense as a thing to do. But again, I don't think we'll be incorporating like the stripy socks, or the little elf boots here. But the gloves with the claws on them, yeah, that should be a nice primary. You could even do a thing where because it's a ninja, like that they're poison tipped or something. You could really work with that, and if like Coordemon here is a Tanuki, again, that's keeping that's kind of keeping the it's keeping it in theme. I guess ninjas, Tanukis, Japan culture. I don't know. It's keeping it on brand, if nothing else. So okay, so hey, Prairie, finally free from work and heading home. Nice. But as always, kind of like the first one, I am open to suggestions and a thought and the thought process behind those suggestions. Oh, here we go. So let me close that off. Okay. Oh, utility belt for sure. Um but I want to focus on the body type, because I feel like my initial sketch was getting away from like the Digimon-ness of it. So actually, can I? Hmm. Oh no. Maybe... That'll do. That'll do, pig. Okay. So... Okay. Like... There we go. Okay. So... I do do like the idea of keeping the belt. Or not the shoulder pads. Hey, Corvidae, welcome back. No, maybe not. Maybe not. Like that would be a fine transition going from, you know, this to this, but yeah, maybe not. Okay. A jacket? Well, there's already going to be kind of like a capelet. Like I was looking at this initially. Like Yuzu from Devil Survivor, but I came across this image by chance and thought it was really cool. And I love this giant F-off belt on this version of the outfit, but I also love like the belts with like the bandolier kind of aesthetic to them on this version of the outfit. Can't take too much from this though, because that outfit is also like it belongs to a character. She's basically dressed up as another Shin Megami Tensei character. So if you want the chest window, you could take that top, close the center triangle. Wide belt with bandolier row down the middle. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, you gotta like keep the like you gotta keep some sort of level of kunai going also. You know, or some sort of like short sword or small dagger at the very least. But I don't want to just kind of I also don't want to just where's she gone? I also don't want to just copy and paste like Ayane's outfit here. See, the short jacket could be fun considering we've already given her a hood. And on my demo build for this, oof, I hate that these images they never load in like fit to screen. They always load in absolutely frickin' massive. But like there is a capelet following from the back of the hood. That was the point of like giving it like this, you know. So I do feel like I want to keep the I do feel like I want to keep the cape. Enda mode can kiss my ass. Capes are fun. Meg says, want some croquettes with cheese on pet. Okay, yeah, yeah, sure. Been a while since we've eaten, like 12 hours. So yeah, food is probably not a bad idea. Yeah, no, I think I'll keep the cape. But it's the actual outfit I'm unsure of. Like I just want to get some sort of semblance of shoulders going here so we can start working towards that. Because otherwise it's just going to be 6 hours of looking at this guy. Looking at this. And I say 6 hours because I went and looked at the last design stream. 6 hours and 15 minutes we spent putting Questmon together. So so and yeah, and I did not make this smaller. Like I'm going to run out of space. Designing the top half of the body. I almost feel like we're gonna have to swap over, design the bottom half, and then I'm just gonna have to force myself to somehow truncate that into one overall image. So, which is fine, I guess. Like it helps kind of finalize your details, what you want, what you don't want, that kind of thing. So, just something of a torso here. And what about attaching the capelet to a shorter version of Yuffie's Moogle cloak? I figured that's kind of what was happening here, but I'm open to looking at that. I'm just gonna before I fill in like where the cape will fall to. Let me have a look at because Yuffie's cloak is massive, if I recall. Okay, maybe not. I guess between like the Moogle hood and then the giant ass collar, the giant ass collar was something I was considering before. I don't. Is it in here? Oh yeah. When I was looking at the other image, um you can see here, like I toyed with the idea of like the big collar. Um, and then I thought, well, maybe the hood would, you know, also just kind of come up from that. But hmm. Need like the full render. I know there's a full render of Yuffie in the like that. No, it's a TikTok video. Will that do? Yeah, that'll do. All right, let me open this up. Nani. Oh, cat with monocle. Okay. Yeah, just give me that one. Ah. Okay. Hmm. Yeah, it's a little bit. Yeah, it's a little bit too ninja wizardmon. A little bit. I see the vision though. I see the vision. And not in a Shulk Xenoblade. I'm having a vision kind of sense. Uh, uh okay. All right. So you know what? Let's try this. Let's try this, right? I think we keep the shoulder pads. But maybe we don't make them the big square like samurai shoulder pads. Maybe we do make them a bit more tactical. Right? Maybe we make them a bit more. That just looks like a mouse. Look. And I'm like, just because like, or maybe like, hmm. Maybe it's just because I was only looking at her. But I was thinking like Yuffie or Cloud. Um, That is not a fun image. You know what? That might be fun. Actually, that might be fun. Let me see. Hold on. Sorry, I had to pull something from what's the site's name? Cat with Monocle. They do fantastic video game wallpapers. But like that's not a bad shoulder guard. Like that's not a bad shoulder guard. To, you know, it's layered, it does a protect. Like I don't know about the big padded Moogle arm going down after it, but I suppose you could tie in like Coordemon's like pink scarf, like wrap it around the arm. But I don't. But so here's the other part of that. At that stage, I wonder if it feels too much like a Jogress, you know, rather than an AppGattai. Because you're meant like we're looking to take elements, not parts wholesale. So is why I need to look at something else from Cat with Monocle. Yeah. Oh. Ninjala, but not Ninja Gaiden. Ninjala would be an interesting thing to borrow from. Yeah, let's just give Questmon bubblegum attacks. That'll work. Okay. I need to. I have too many tabs open. I need to close off a lot of that. Okay. Still surprised that the Ninjala anime is running. I'm still surprised the Ninjala anime disappears after a week. Looks like you could lay the metal part on top of the cloak, and the yellow cloth hanging down could be the pink scarf. Yeah. Like there is that, but also like one of the main parts of Questmon's design is that yellow bandana acting as like a modesty panel. So if we're going to go more open chest with this idea, that's a really fun idea for where the bandana goes on the next part of the evolution. You know, the way kind of the way Impmon's bandana becomes the thing, becomes like the the wrap around becomes like the wrap around Beelzebumon's arm. You have to go again? No! Boo! I'm sad. I don't like this. No, well, thank you for being here, Corvidae. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Hopefully, you know, we'll be done with this by the time you're back. But if not, you're welcome to join back in. Okay. So okay, yeah, that'll do. So what we want then is I'm just gonna layer those there. Okay. Was there something else I wanted? Just before we move on, just another reference I wanted to pull. No. Okay. All right. So if we have just a bulky shoulder pad, have I played Digimon card on a game online before? I actually haven't. And at this stage, I'm just like, oh, Elysian is around the corner, so I don't know if it's even worth it at this stage. You know, when Elysian will be here soon, and then we can, and that'll be an official client, and it'll have a story mode attached to it. So I'll make them bigger later. I'm just trying to make space for things, so I have an idea of what goes where. Honestly, I'm liking the idea of like the layered shoulder pad or shoulder armor that Yuffie has. But I don't necessarily know if I want it for myself. But I will borrow one idea from that though, where you've got like the shoulder piece, and then kind of combining with the idea I had earlier, you've got that more traditional, like like plated like samurai armor. The kind of those with those kind of rivets. I think that's a really cool idea. And then the rest of the arm, like from here, like we could include the bandana just as a throwback. Yeah, hello, Meg. Thank you for foods. But I don't know if like this should be like jutting out or something. You know, like that's the thing. I really don't want to. I don't want to look at this and go, you know what? I should have just stuck with this and call it a day. But I really don't know what I want to do with this shoulder piece. Maybe something. Let me have a look at. I want to have a look at. I want to have a look at the Royal Knights for a second. Because taking inspiration from Globemon here is a bad idea, because his shoulder pads like will stab you in the face. You know, yeah, I think All Force Vidramon is a good one to kind of take inspiration from. Where it's kind of like you've got the bulkiness of like it being shoulder armor, and then it kind of comes back around on itself. And then it also layers up, funnily enough. So it layers up, and then from the bottom layer, you get like you get those, you know, spikes from it. So I don't necessarily hate that. And then keeping the riveted armor on the other side. It also works then in paying kind of homage to the shoulder armor from Questmon, where, you know, we implemented that because it was a very dragoon character class element. You know, so by it keeps a kind of uniformity with the line. Obviously, you want to make it. I don't know if I want it on both arms. I'm just kind of seeing what works here. Oh. Panzer Dragoon, fun game, crap remake. So yeah, I didn't intend for the arms to be so beefy. It's more so just kind of trying to work out what goes where. And I don't want to start over and draw this for like the 9th time today, because I am going to have to figure that out later when because we're only like this page is only going to be the top half. There's not enough room to like give it legs. So we're gonna have to figure out the top half, and then on another page figure out the on the back of this figure out the bottom half, and then try and collate it all here. So I'm just trying to work out kind of what works. And I think it might just end up having to be a case where so here's also the other thing. I feel like the giant shoulder pads or the giant shoulder armor and the cape is well, maybe actually, you know what? Because with Questmon, we were initially going to do that for like the like Gary Gabriev from like Slayers. So maybe it's not over designed. But I feel like I have too many elements I want to try and make work. There's no cohesion to any of it. So it's also running it, and I think a lot of it is I'm also running into a thing where because I can't chibify these proportions, it is starting to look very human again. So I'm trying to find a way to get away from that. That said, I'm gonna keep the strap between the boobs idea because who doesn't love that? But maybe we just don't double up on the shoulder armor. Like maybe it doesn't need to be layered. Maybe just sticking with the initial idea and it being there and it having some sort of fun design on it is enough. And then you can still have the like the riveted like upper arm protection. Okay. Like and oh, it has a very short torso. Ah. Okay. Like so if that's going from shoulder to hip, like that doesn't sit right with me. I feel like the belly button like would be here. So I think that's where like the bottom would start. I know it looks like a diaper. You guys can't see that yet because I haven't used the heavier pencil. But I also do like the idea from earlier of just like the big F off belt, but with like weapons and like I don't know, smoke bombs and crap attached to it. The other reason for the strap up here would be obviously if we're incorporating the bow into the arsenal, well, you gotta have a quiver, right? You gotta have somewhere to store your arrows for said bow. So the strap is, you know, it has form and function. So let's see, shoulder, bicep. The elbow would be here. And then you could kind of do like big gloves, right? I feel like I'm losing the run of myself with this. But I do want to incorporate those gloves because I love the idea of like poison claws. And then I don't know. Like that would be the thumb, and then that would be the three cartoony fingers. So so yeah. Okay, we might need to start over. It looks like a bracelet. Yeah, it's because it's. Cause I'm trying to show like the depth perception of like the arm going into the glove, but um, God, this shit was so much easier when I was a kid. Um, okay. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna start over because I feel like I've lost the run of myself on the other one. We know what the head looks like. Let's kind of figure out the body and then we can bring them together. So Godzilla Meg. Okay. So, okay. Okay, shrink that down. Hey, Casey Batman, welcome in. How are you doing? Hmm. So, right, let me just try and get the outline of the body, and then we can maybe build. We kind of build the accessories on top. So, why hasn't there been a Digimon based on Mothra? Um, you know what? It's a good question. So, right. So, oh my God, you guys can't even see that because it won't focus. There we go. All right. So, head, right? I will draw the hood around it later. I need to establish the body and then we can kind of go again. So, neck would come out to shoulder, out to. Okay. What if. Probably a bit advanced for what I want, but. And then we have a hand here. Okay. And then this one can cross over into another hand. Right? Don't need to really worry about too much detail here because this hand is, yeah. But the arm would be here. Make sense? And then we have the makings of the chest plate or the cleavage there. Okay. Hand is going to cover that up anyway. Depending on how this goes. So, I just okay. So what if from here, right? So I'm trying to work out where the breast would be. So what if from here we had the big F off belt, right? Um, and then like from the hip, then there can be like a I don't know, like a kunai or some crap. And the of like potions or like smoke bombs or whatever, right? Because it's we're just trying to make a fashionable ninja, a fashionable ninja, if you will. So so if that's the waist area, that should be like the back side, and then down for the back of the leg. And then the same for the front. Um, then from here maybe. You can add in more straps on the hip, more straps on the hip, because this thing is wrapping around. So the hip is here and it's wrapping around the upper body. So we can add in like a couple of Tetsuya Nomura straps. All right. So first leg, and then the back leg, I'm trying to give it some perspective so it looks like it's, further back. But we want to give it those Digimon feet I mentioned earlier, so we're not going to actually complete the foot. But what we can do is more straps. Is there an Aphrodite-mon outside of Venus-mon? I do not believe so. That name, does not ring a bell. So, just more leg straps, and we can put one of Questmon's daggers, which are just like the navigational marker kunai. So I want to make sure I'm envisioning that right in my head. Yeah, that's the one. All right. So the idea was that it's just you've got a holster, and then you've just basically like the ace of spades, right? No, I mean a very primitive idea, but you get where I'm going from. I mean, if you look at the one in Questmon's hand here, not quite that, but actually, the one in Questmon's hand looks more like a dragon dagger. To be fair, it looks more like the dragon dagger. So, anyway, you get the idea. So, um, yeah. So basically that. Um, we could do one on the other. Yeah, we could do one on the other. So, what I want here then now is kind of the shoulder pad that we did up earlier. I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know what I'm doing with this and how this relates to like what's going on here. But we're going to say more belts because Coordemon has a lot of belts. And we can bring that design element in, and it's not exactly out of place. So So. Right, drew under. Yeah. So nothing fancy, just kind of. And then the riveted plating underneath it. And then what we want is. So that is the right hand. So okay. We can give her like how Coordemon has like those big hands. Or like the big claw things. I mean, her hands are normal, but she's big claws behind her. But her hands have mouths in them, which is kind of terrifying. But I guess what I'm getting to is we can give her like regular human hands and still, well, in terms of like 5 fingers and not, the cartoon 4. Um, but we just have to kind of be mindful that like it is basically a glove. So we're gonna make the fingers just a little bit wider. And then put the little stinger on it, the little claw, and they can be poisonous tips, for taking down your enemies. And then the fifth one is just, you're just gonna have to believe me that it's behind the hand, because I don't like thumbs. But this one, I mean, it could be, the hand could also be doing some sort of ninja, pose. I don't know. Maybe I could. That's where the glove starts. So you've got maybe that one's, you know, maybe something like that, and then these two are the more. It gets worse every time I draw this hand. It just gets worse. But now, like that pinky now looks like a thumb. uh um but maybe I don't have to keep the gloves the size that they are. So maybe I can just. That is the pinky. That's the little claw. Then And then yeah, maybe it would help if I brought the other side of the hand up to meet it. And then you just have a sliver of the thumb there. Like, so it's meant to be like you know, that, but you're just gonna have to believe me. You're just gonna have to believe me. And then with this one, with this arm, because we're covering it from the other side, we kind of have to remember the palm of the hand. So this side would be the thumb. And then that would come down to like the fingers. I say this like I'm some sort of like professional, but like I do have an awareness of like where the depth of something should be. You know? Could be worse. I could be AIing this. I would never. But like the amount of people that would just take the easy way out and be like, "Hey, AI, do this thing for me." There's a special place in hell for those people. Yeah, something like this. Why not? Um and then crap. Would needed to be up a bit higher. But oh, I'm getting annoyed at it now, so I'm making more mistakes. And then that gonna connect there. Don't forget the choker. And then the little capelet will just kind of fall off. We also have to kind of remember the app cables as well. So, like, in theory, this is kind of what I'm, going for. Um, So, oh, and then like the Digimon, like the Digimon feet that I are the Globemon kind of style of feet. So just also because they look kind of animalistic. That might have been the word I was looking for earlier. What we want then is, yeah, there's a heal, but something like that. Chat, I don't know. So like in theory, we've got the scary face, we've got the animal claws, we've got the weird feet, we've got we've got the link cables. Gonna draw the other one coming out from this side. I don't know. There's a very Sailor Moonness to this pose. I didn't really intend to do that, but look, we'll run with it. And then the cape can go back up there, and like every one of every. Do you know what? I don't know if every one of these straps should have its own buckle, or if it should just have one big buckle. What do you guys think? You like how it looks? Well, thank you. It was a struggle to get here. So that means a lot. Thank you. So 4 individual buckles or 1 large buckle. I didn't actually intend to go for. She was meant to be doing like a ninja pose, but I think it came out very in the name of the moon. I will punish you, and I'm not upset with that. Let's just put it that way. I'm not upset by that. Four individual buckles for the big belt. Okay. Well, we've 2 votes for the big buckle. But I appreciate the input, Desmond. Okay, so let me sharpen my pencils. Oh, you know what? I just realized. There we go. Just give some room between the leg and the... Almost looks like a joint between, like... But I feel like I've completely missed where this where this thing's knees should be. Um but I think ultimately, like, then, like, if this is what we're going with, then it needs the bow. I want to load in another image here at this juncture. Hey, Average Quack, welcome in. Okay. So while we won't be giving it like a bow and arrow, like a coat hanger bow, I do still think I do like the idea of keeping the little like petals or whatever from the ends of it. So like if we just take the outline of the bow. Um with the string, that's the string, obviously. And then, we can just kind of flare it out a bit. So maybe just 4 little flares on either side. So, you know, the idea kind of becomes that. Then, you know, so color-wise, like we were saying earlier, like the mask should be silver, kind of like paying homage to like those more traditional like Digimon faces. I leave the teeth white though, so they kind of stand out. They look a bit more haunted. And then we have the mask the Coordemon wears being swapped in for kind of a mask reminiscent of the old Batman cartoons. We will make those tufts blonde in a sec. Okay. So there is a neck in there, so I'm just going to color the choker. And then I think this is just where we start applying, like, the colors. We want to keep it green because the base Digimon started green, and Coordemon herself has a lot of greens. Now, ideally, I think I would go with a darker green than this, but for the purposes of this, and then you can kind of keep the red. On there, and then I think on kind of like this part of the hood here. We want our yellow for the blonde hair peeking through. And I think maybe just to fill this in. Although, it does kind of look like there's a hole in the hood. So maybe I'll come back to this. Maybe I'll go back to the literal drawing board on this idea later. So we have our shoulder pad here. And then the arm guard, which is, layered. Another shoulder guard over here. This arm is up. That is the start of the glove. And yeah, these hands are never going to look right. So best I can do is just try to make the paws or the claws visible so that I can put the pink on them, And then we can make them yellow. Oh, no, that is pencil. And then we can just make them yellow. What you're not seeing here is the yellow bandana that's now come off Questmon. I'll do another design. I'll do another mock-up in a minute just to kind of finalize what what this thing should look like, just not posed. But we also want to add that yellow to the glove on this hand. Yellow. Okay. This hand. Both of these hands are an abomination, but I think this one's better. Okay. Okay. Don't ask me how it moves. Don't ask me where its ankle is. Just don't. I will sort that out with the artist when we're getting this finalized and Okay. So, this is where it gets fun. Because this is where it gets fun, because honestly, I'm not happy with any of this. I like the concepts we have going on, but I don't like the execution. Think maybe it's over designed. Oh, wrong green. So if I had to remove one thing immediately, what would it be? Ah. Honestly, I think the shoulder pads. Honestly, I think the shoulder pads. I like this idea though of like the shoulder pad and then the arm guard. But I'm not vibing with it. I don't. Also, its face currently looks like a Mario villain because the eyes aren't filled in. I think the idea of not filling the eyes in is better in theory than it clearly is on paper. But that could be a me thing. Maybe I do have to. Maybe it can't just be a Sonic monoball. Maybe there does need to be like coloring in the middle here. So you know what? No, I'm gonna start on a fresh page because if I have to scan these, I don't want stuff coming up on the back. I have to scan these for an artist. So like I really do like the hooded and unhooded ideas. But the more I draw it, the more I'm wondering if the hood itself is too much. Like the more I draw the hood, the less I like it. And I don't know why. Maybe it's just because I've had to draw it like how many times have I drawn that hood now? Um Fucking camera focus. Focus on. There we go. Right. So I've had to draw this hood like 1, 2, and honestly, I think this was the best one. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times already. If no hood, does she still have hair? Yes. That was kind of the idea. That's why I wanted to do a hooded and unhooded version, but I'm really thinking the hood has to go. Maybe it's an idea I can revisit later. Maybe maybe the hood has to be like not like a mode change, but something in that regard. Maybe the base mon has to have a face and a body, and then I can take this to the artist and be like, "Hey, could you do an alt version where it's wearing a hood and where it's wearing a hood like this and see what happens?" So was that always there? I don't know. It was probably always there from the first time from when you first subbed. Focus on this. Okay, fantastic. So, what does this Digimon look like, or Appmon look like without a hood? Hmm. Okay. Maybe I can go back and reinvent the wheel on this. Okay. So what if I am going to try and draw smaller just so we can fit more on the page. So, but I am going to go back to, front facing because I don't think posing quite worked out. So the one thing I do want to change is I don't think under the hood the hair should be as long as Questmon's. I think that needs to go. I think shorter hair, is kind of a must. Because we can always bring the long hair back for Athenamon. So, um, so I think making it shorter, for this one. I think I'm feeling it. So face, I still do not know. I never got that far because I was so into the idea of like the goggles and the face mask. I don't know what this Digimon looks like without those elements yet, and I do want to carry those over. So, or at least see what the head looks like. Oh fuck, what's her name? Saris, is that from Helsing? So that's kind of what I was thinking would be under the hood. Let me just grab an image here. Uh, Not the ginger one, but the blonde one from Helsing. So I'm just gonna swap out the Questmon image for a sec. That just vanished. What the? Oh, that image just that. Oh, hold on. I need to remove because it said no so hard the source disappeared. Don't like that. Yeah, Saris Victoria. Um so that's the kind of hair that I was imagining under the hood. Um yeah. Funnily enough, I'm not mad on the ginger version. Well, we clash. But yeah, that kind of hairstyle anyway is kind of what I was envisioning under the hood. Doesn't necessarily mean that would be the face for it, but that's what I was thinking. So I'm still gonna do the giant goggles, right? Because I am committed to that idea. And then I think my problem here with this is maybe I need to draw. Hold on. I think I'm making the face. I think I'm making the head too. I was gonna say too wide. That's nearly too narrow. Okay. So you know what? I almost didn't eat the food Meg brought. Hold on. I need to get some sort of fuel into me before I start into this. Okay. I actually wasn't too far off in terms of where those goggles would sit. So yeah, they can still be. Maybe I just give up on this idea until the hood idea is finalized. Okay. So from there, so eventually you kind of want to get, I kind of want to get this, like, I can't make the fringe too long because that contradicts what's actually under the hood. Because what on the images earlier, like the point of the ninja hood would be here, you know, but the tufts of hair would only be like there, you know, so I can't make it as shaggy as Ceres. But that's kind of the general. And then from the back, then you can kind of, you can jut it out and yeah, you get it. So that would be like the kind of, let me just get this down. Okay. Oh, I know why the other image disappeared when I loaded it in. It doesn't matter. Where's that sample gone? Oh. Yeah, that'll do. Oh, still huge. Okay. Ironically, the hair just kind of, it's also giving Akari from Cross Wars. I definitely didn't intend that, but that's kind of funny. Okay. Um yes, Angie if you prefer the dub terms, but A beret? Yeah, I was trying to avoid bringing in like Coordemon's hat. Um yeah, it could be a fun alt to get made down the road though. Um okay. So I'm thinking, what if where the hell is Coordemon? Oh, that's where. There we go. So what if we did take Coordemon's scarf and implement it into the design? Doesn't have to be the polka dot scarf here, but what if we did? What if I tried... Oh. Like... Right, so... Just bear with me here, right? This is the folds of the fabric. And instead of the hood and cape, maybe we turn it into like a butterfly scarf or something. Yeah, butterflies, because Digimon. Um, like from the like from here, right? And then that's the choker from earlier. Like if the shoulders come off from here, and I want to get rid of the shoulder pads, right? Say I just get rid of the shoulder pads because I feel like they're clunking up the design. Then what if from under the wrap of the scarf, because the scarf is going to go that way and that way. Yep. See, my problem with doing the scarf initially was my problem with doing the ninja scarf initially was the AppLink cables. I didn't want, 4 dangly bits hanging off the back. So that was my problem with the scarf initially. But we'll see. We'll start with the big collar. We'll go back to the big collar idea, and we'll see how we get on with this, and if like a butterfly scarf kind of flowing off to the side works, or like an old common rider, like the originals with the scarf around their neck. Maybe just something that kind of flows out that way. So um okay, so those are straps. This feels like the fucking summer vacation version. Hold on. So so instead of like big instead of like the big clunky shoulder pads, what if we made them more? Because I do think they're mucking up the design, or they're maybe limiting my options here. But what about something like this? That would then connect to the breastplate or something. I think I need to pull these back a bit, but just kind of. Yeah, actually, I do. I think I need to pull those back a bit. Right? Maybe something like that, right? And like so if they were there, no. God, this is so much tougher than I thought it would be. Shocker. Um, Okay, maybe not. I'm not, like, because I know we want to. I know we were saying about like the big, right? About the big belt, right? And I think that might be too big. Oh, might actually be up too high as well. I think we need that. I think we need that belt to go around the hips rather than the waist. So So I need to define where that stuff is. So like this is just armor. This is this is just armor. Um and then you know what? That's fun, but it's giving blacksmith more than it is ninja. Okay. Okay. Oh, thank you, Meg. Thank you for the hydrate and the stretch. Okay. Hmm. Hmm. God, every time I erase something, the whole table shakes. Almost afraid like the freaking screen is just gonna come down on top of me. Right. Um. Okay. So I'm gonna kind of go back to basics here with a couple of the ideas that I do want to hold on to. So okay. Which would mean okay. We want the big belt kind of sit around here. I don't know why that one's so blocky, but okay. I'm officially at the point of I don't know what I'm doing anymore. So bear with me. um okay. maybe that idea wasn't the worst. Yeah, that should curve up and under, but these aren't exactly equal at the moment, so I think that's what I did before and I got annoyed. I'm getting annoyed at it again. I don't want to quit though. I think the bit that's annoying me is that I might have come up with my best design off screen. Where last time, there was like the general idea, but then we kind of pulled together to make it whole, So the big belt is starting to bug me now. Hey, this whole project has been cursed since the get-go. um what if long sleeves? Well, I was thinking less long sleeves. I'm just spitballing ideas here. No, I don't think that would work. I was gonna go for like a big sash instead of the big belt, and have like a bow and have like a giant bow come out from behind. But to try and make some of this fashionable, but don't think that's gonna work. I don't think I can do that and have the strap for the quiver. I don't think those two ideas align very well. So also to make her thinner. Like better. Um Oh yeah, that's not gonna work. That doesn't work for me, brother. Short green sleeves. I'll think about it once I decide on the outfit. My poor desk mat is getting covered in eraser bits. Oh, I have to do so much cleaning tomorrow. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Henry will come to our rescue in that regard. Yeah. I'm in this position again where never happened. Right. I have my last cracker. So I'm just gonna mute the mic again for a second. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. I got this. I got this. Like we're still making time. We're still making good time on the first one of these, right? So As long as we finish in under 6 hours, it'll, it'll, it won't have, we'll have surpassed the last one. Sorry. Trying to get rid of those eraser shavings. Okay. All right, one more time. Here we go. Then what is even this maybe I should just go to bed. No. No, I'm finishing this. I am committing to this. I am finishing this. Oh, thank you, Meg. Thank you, Prairie. I don't know what I'm doing with that hand. I think I was trying to like do this. I'm looking at my own hand and going, yeah, that's kind of how fingers work. Okay, we don't need to worry about the face. We have the face down to a science at this point. Well, not the unmasked version, but you know, basically. Um so okay. So what about instead of like the big um the oversized like Mickey Mouse glove element? We just have a cuff. So that would be the thumb. The index finger. Middle finger. Second to last. Pinky. An actual artist can sort that out. I just want the basic idea at this stage. Like, okay. Again, just a cuff. The rest of the arm goes back up. And then thumb. Then maybe it's holding. Okay. Yeah. That's completely posed. That's completely the wrong way. Sugar. Take sugar in your tea. Okay. Okay. Holding like a dagger handle or something. Okay. So I want so the shoulder pads are gone. Right? I don't want the shoulder pads. So this is just for non-lewd purposes. I need to be able to work out where everything goes. Okay. And then from here would be the other one. You have the... Sure. Okay. So, continuing down the leg. Then we get back to where we were doing like the Digimon foot. No. I had that image of Globon saved. No. Okay. Okay. So, what I want to do from here is like, so here's the knee. I like this idea of it not quite being a boot flap, but something more like built in to it. I know the thigh gap is incredible. Again, like a once I get an actual artist to look at that, we'll tidy all this stuff off. But then you just have like I've made her too tall. I've made her like it's giving superhero boots. That isn't what I wanted. Hold on. Yeah, I've made her too tall. I need this, but shrunk. But the body does my brain does not know how to do that. Um so because my brain keeps thinking too anatomically. Hey, Dragon Man. Yeah, looking forward to it. My brain keeps thinking, right, well, look, this is the waist, these are the thighs, the knees would only be here, so the shins need to come down. Like, my brain is not accounting for the fact that, like, feet also need to go, like, people need to be drawn smaller so that feet can be accommodated for. And I really don't want to have to draw this all over again, so we're going to try and work with it. Right, we're going to try and work with it. Okay. Yeah, like Ultimate Appmon are pretty big, but I should still be able to, you know, accommodate for them in the imagery. What are the Ultimates and Megas like? Because it seems from what little gameplay I've seen, you need to. Yeah, every Appmon evolves through AppGattai or AppFusion. So you go from standard, which is rookie, to super, which is like champion, to ultimate, which is ultimate to god, which is kind of like mega level, but not really. Okay, that is the first time I have been happy with the legs all day. So two standards can fuse into a super. Two supers can fuse into an ultimate, and then two ultimates fuse into a god. Yep, always two of the same. And they have to be compatible either. It's not just any two. They have to be compatible to allow for the evolution. Otherwise, what happens is called app link, and basically for app link, one Appmon basically just becomes the other's stand. Like in layman's terms, that's probably as best as I can put it. Okay. Okay, so we have a pose that's working. We have legs that are fine. We have hands that will do. Now it's the actual costume, and then we will come back and put on the goggles and the face mask after. So, Appmon's the MLM of Digimon, of Digital Evolution. Yeah, I suppose it is. I suppose you could interpret it as something of a pyramid scheme, yeah. Um, okay. So, here's a fun one. So Zetai Ryoki is a must, right? So knee-high socks, and like either a skirt or shorts, right? Zetai Ryoki is kind of mandatory for this. Shorts, I mean, they are comfy and easy to wear. I'm happy to take a vote on this across Twitter, sorry, Twitter, Jesus, across Twitch and YouTube. Shorts or skirt? Anyone? Anyone else? Okay, 2 votes for shorts. Cool, cool. Skirt makes for good motion, but unsure if upskirting would occur. I mean, I don't really get an opinion on that since um well, I'm not wearing either. I'm just wearing combat undies. um... So, you know, shorts, skirt, tight ass bodysuit. For me, I'm like, I could go either way. Prairie also says shorts. Okay, that's 3 votes for shorts. We'll give it to the shorts then. They are comfy and easy to wear after all. So uh which means thigh-high stockings. So more of Coordemon is um getting imbued into the design than it seemed at first. So short shorts, good Dragon Man. I mean, they'll probably come off as short shorts anyway once the design is refined by our artist. So and shorts are fashionable. So did I say goodbye to the thigh highs? God no. You know I love a good Zettai Ryoki. Good, some nice absolute territory. So okay. Okay, so from here then designing the top half becomes very important. Because one step wrong and she just becomes Yuffie. Considering Yuffie also kind of wears these shorts. Take a page from Yuffie's book, though. So okay. So where does it go from here? Is the so like initially I would have had the hood like here. And then so we still need to give it the quiver. So yeah, sure. That'll do. That just needs to curve in a little more. There we yeah, okay. Anatomy is kind of working. Kinda sorta. So bring that down. And then that one goes between and comes out the other side. Maybe that could just be rounder. Ugh. Tablet would work so well. I would just use the circle tool. um No worries, Dragon Man. Have a good night. Thank you so much for stepping in. Or stopping in, I should say. Hopefully Meg and I will see you tomorrow for the Beat Break watch along. Yeah, sure. That'll do. Right. Okay, so the rest of the outfit to go around that giant chest. So I was trying to do like armor earlier. Something like I'm thinking maybe something like like that like those designs that they kind of block into themselves. Like they're just meant to look like really blocky armored abs. Like that. And then um I think I know what the issue is here. Okay, so because the body is slightly turned, I wasn't really enjoying where the shorts were open. So that is kind of better. um but then also, maybe this kind of big armor plate that kind of sits under the booba. If not, if the muscles idea isn't working, we gotta have this like armor plate here, and kind of like what I was trying to set up earlier, except it's kept looking too much like a So my idea here is I wanted to do something earlier where it was like oh, the camera stopped working. Fuck. Hold on. Okay, there we go. So I wanted to do something earlier where it was like a big sash, right? And then you'd have like the bow coming out of it from behind, right? And I thought, well, if we weren't going to do like the common rider neck scarf to facilitate Coordemon's neck scarf, in lieu of the hood, maybe we could do this big ass bow. Right? And then I kind of immediately second guessed it because just no, yeah, that is just too much of a pain in the ass that I don't want to deal with. So I was like, okay, well, look, this armor thing. If we're if I'm ditching the shoulder pad here, there's no, protection. And initially the top like initially because there was meant to be a hood here, the bottom of the hood would have been here, and then the capelet kind of coming out behind it. So with the hood gone, I haven't really accounted for what goes up here. Because this was going to be a hood and some armor, and then this wouldn't look like this wouldn't look as much like empty retail space. Um so I'm thinking maybe we revisit that idea. Um So, because I think we're nearly at a stage where we can start, like, darkening this, doing line art, so to speak, and then coloring it in. But I really like, as much as I think it's funny to have like the strap for the quiver. Let me just draw the quiver in. Right. Maybe I don't need to. If there's a cloak or a hood here, it's gonna get covered up anyway. But like, if there's a quiver here for some arrows, I didn't really account for what was going to be up here. What app feature? That is a good question. I wasn't thinking of it so much in terms of what it represents, more so why it's part of my why it's part of my OC for the fic I want to write. So like I don't even have a name for this yet. I don't have a name. Funny with Questmon, and I think a lot of the problem is there's been so much stop and start with this project that I was kind of hoping things would just kind of come naturally as we went about the night. That doesn't seem to be the case. This design doesn't seem to be coming together as easily as fusing sorry, let me get this trading card out of the way. Like, it's not coming together as easily as fusing Navimon and Roleplaymon together. You know, the idea of Coordemon you know, more of less coordinated fashion and more coordinating and getting your life together. And then the bow part of it that we're factoring into this design, a bow is a good ninja weapon, but it's also building the monster up to be a hunter, because it's got its navigational ninja elements, it's got its role play and dungeon crawling elements, it's got its coordination for accessories and items and typical JRPG stuff. So yeah, to answer your question honestly, I haven't really gotten that far. I had an idea. I'm toying with the idea. And it's just not working as easily as it did the last time. And that might be because there's a 6-month gap between this stream and the last stream because of one hiccup or another delaying being able to do these streams as timely as I would like. So so yeah, it's been a pain, but I've been trying to make do, Things happen. Um, how about in the chest area? It would be something like a cape or raincoat with a theme on that fabric. Well, that's why, like, initially this design started with a hood and a cape. Like that is what happened there initially. Um so okay, I'm getting thrown off. We were making good progress. Okay, so the idea of more belts just kind of went away with this version. Um Especially with the introduction of the shorts. Like, I'm just gonna start coloring this so that I have an idea of where we're going. Oh, you know what? Before I do that, let's 5B this. Okay. Okay. All right. I might go darker with this green. Just but for now it will do to kind of get the point across. What we want to do then is 5B, the ends of the shorts. Then we can bring in the gold, or yellow. Okay. So. Yeah. Oh. Ah, bugger. I forgot I got rid of the belt. These are just meant to be open shorts, so that brown should also just be green. Bugger. Ah, well. I can fix it in post. Yellow button. Right. So I'm cementing on the gloves as well, right? We're committing to the bit on the gloves. And then I need to pair this, sharpen it up. Okay. Okay. So what we want then is the yellow from the gloves. And is that it? Yeah. Then the pink for the claws. Okay. Choker is black. And And maybe, just maybe now, since we have something that's kind of working, I'm just going to... Okay. So the top here. That's hilarious, Meg. That it's always the way, isn't it? Hard to tell if they're being ironic or, being a smartass. Hmm. Do thigh highs and straps work? Because we might have to abandon the thigh highs to accommodate extra straps. Um. Hmm. Maybe straps and knee highs as opposed to thigh highs. Maybe that's the avenue. So, like, we make this a strap, and then we can cut off, like, well, not cut off, but we'll put another border here for the knee highs. I mean, strictly speaking, I think this is where the knee high would be, but artistic license and all that. Unfortunately, yeah, the stream died and like it didn't reconnect. Like normally it's like, oh, okay, give it like, a minute and a half and Streamlabs will just or OBS will just reconnect. It just didn't this time. And I hate that because you know what that means? That means now I have to spend my tomorrow downloading both of these Poxy streams and stitching them together to re-upload them. So I hate all of that for sure. So yeah, I pain in the hole with this Wi-Fi connection being so temperamental. But so just in case nobody heard what I was saying earlier before, just before the stream died. The so we've kind of this is become very far removed from the original design idea. So there's no belts, there's no straps, there's no you know. So what I was thinking of was instead of doing thigh highs with the shorts, which will kill me because I love a good absolute territory. Just put a bit of shine on the legs. Why not? Yeah, we're back. Unfortunately, my Wi-Fi died. So so because like we don't have room for straps because of we went with the shorts option. Like the skirt, like I mean we could I've already colored it in. Maybe we could have gone with the big belt over the shorts, but I've already colored it in. So I mean I could maybe try that idea off screen and see how it looks, and you guys could vote. But keeping to a giant belt as a skirt, that would be fun. So one thing we could do is instead of these being thigh highs, I could change it to leg straps, and then we just do knee high stockings rather than thigh high stockings. I think that might be the best way around it. Because if I have to draw this design out one more time tonight, I will just burn down my YouTube channel. So I'm thinking, yeah. So like I can sketch for the moment. So like if we go with knee highs, and then just make these thigh straps. Could even do kind of a garter thing coming down. To you know, and then we can come back up here and kind of figure out what we're doing about the overall top design, and then we can finish up for the night. Alder Lesman, welcome in. So yeah, that could be That, but I'm. Yeah, what do you guys think? So I'll give it 5 seconds, and then I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Maybe the thigh highs could be lower, but not below the knee. I mean, it's possible. Okay. Yeah, we'll try that then. Um. Hmm. All right then. Let's have a look. Well, let me erase what I've done so far. Or maybe I won't need to. I take out the line that I was going to use for the knee highs, and instead where's my B5? And we add in the thigh strap. And then the thigh high would just go underneath it, like there. So what we can do then is so. Okay. So then confirm the line for the thigh highs. And I don't want to port over, because right now it's just looking like a taller Coordemon, and I don't like that necessarily. So I'm gonna come back to like the robot legs and stuff in a minute, and we'll kind of work out what to do with the thigh highs. I can't make them red and green because then they'll look like Christmas. But maybe they're just black. I don't know yet. Maybe they're just black. I don't know yet. But so I don't think we're going to get to the maskless version of this tonight, not with it being 4:45 in the morning. So we want to put the big domino mask back in. And then the face mask. Right. And then you want the Oh, sorry, Meg. So then, like, once we get the hair in, which I don't know, maybe I should have just gone back to the hood. We can, you know, maybe try this kind of Ceres inspired hair. So something like that, and then obviously the hood. When the hood goes on, I'm just gonna draw the hood version beside it. Yeah. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna do that off screen because that just looks like a fucking alien, like those aliens from Majora's Mask. All right. Um. mm, So yeah. Just bringing some armor back onto the arms and then like these elbow pad things, so we can. I'm still unsure about like just adding the shoulder pads back on, but if I get a dose of inspiration off screen, I'll let you guys know. Right. So as you'll notice, I'm not like filling in the shoulders up here because Again, I'm still unsure about the the shoulder pads and whether adding them back on is a good idea or not. Okay. Yeah, no worries, Mag. I'll take a look in a moment. So, I'm gonna commit to the hair. Okay. Okay, so I can't really color in or fill in the top of the goggles here. So I'll color the mask in gray. Give it that metallic look to it. And then the goggles themselves, well, the outline anyway, will be black. We want that blonde hair to carry over from Roleplaymon and Coordemon as part of this evolution tree. Try and stay in the lines. Yeah. Civilized person. Outside the lines is chaos. Okay. Then we do is still just like that leaf from Coordemon's outfit. Okay. So back to the green then for the top. This still feels like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm This still feels like the summer holiday version. There's nothing about this that screams the next evolution of Questmon. But that could be also that it's 5 in the morning and you know, there's been multiple failed attempts. That could just be that could be unrelated. So um so like I was thinking for the armor that maybe instead of carrying over, oh well, maybe on the armbands we'll keep like the red, from the parts of Questmon. But I think the this part of the armor here needs to be black. And in here, maybe I need to go away and come back to with it with fresh eyes. I think so. I think you might be right there. But then in here, silver. Give it this kind of metallic. Like the black and gray are all going to mix together anyway, but the idea would be like gray, black, and then gray on this bit and on the like the not abs. But yeah, the black just overpowers it. Like it all kind of just blends together. Um like even if I color lighter with the gray pencil, I think it still gets eaten alive by the black. So we never even God, I haven't even colored in the legs. Um Big stupid robot legs. Um so get hold on. if you do plan to place shoulder pads on the character, how about only on one shoulder? Like with some plushy-like face or creature. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. If I come back to this with fresh eyes, I may end up doing that. Because it's not about, like, as much as it looks like it, it's not about obtaining something that is like a more akin to a Jogress than an AppGattai. Like, there should be elements of Coordemon built onto Questmon here, but the elements of Coordemon shouldn't overtake the base Appmon. So like I'm gonna find the light. Ah, okay, I do have a light blue. So like initially I didn't even want eyes in the mask here, but because we were gonna do a version where the face is visible, but now I'm not so sure. Yeah, like a single shoulder pad is kind of what I did originally. Not that one. Oh, no, not that. That's that was where I ended up. That was the base idea going into today. But like single shoulder pad like that like I did start there and then on this version again single shoulder pad. So yeah, I don't mind returning to that idea. Not at all. But yeah, I might have to just come back to this, like Meg was saying, with a fresh perspective. Because I think I started out with a good idea with this one. But the want to refine it or make it look less like a person, try and make it more beastie. I think it has gotten us like further away from the original vision. So I might need to go back to the drawing board offline, kind of look at this again, and see what I want from it. You know, see what I want from it. Because in theory, it should have been easy. You know, um, give Questmon a bow, and then change up the outfit a bit more fashionably. You know, and I thought like my idea with the mask, the domino mask, and the just having it white, like the old Batman the animated series, like that seemed cooler in my head, I think. Or maybe I just need a proper artist to kind of take a swing at it. But I was thinking more like, from the outside, that's what it looks like, but internally, it's like that mask in Watch Dogs. So like from the outside, it just looks like a plain white domino mask, but on the inside, it's got all these like um cybernet these like cybernetic or internet functions that it can use to you know assist in battle and things like that. But again, this just like until you do this, that just looks like a person. And maybe it's the fact that I haven't been able to chibify it, but there's not enough on this design right now that just kind of screams Digimon or Appmon for that matter. So yeah, I'll have to go back to the drawing board on this one. Kind of retool my initial idea maybe and um present my findings like when I'm done. But as far as the shoulder pad goes, yeah, like it would be this shoulder. And then obviously just kind of like the rest of it, the highlight is yellow. And that looks a bit more Magic Knight Ray Earth. Like, and sometimes that's all it takes. It just takes that one additional element to kind of fill in the blanks. But I honestly don't know if I have it in me to finish this tonight. It is it's 10 past 5 in the morning. So yeah, I probably should have made that a brown strap because it's gonna just melt into the armor here. Um um oh yeah, that's already better. Okay. Gotta be honest, I don't know what I was doing with the rivets here. They probably should have just been all the one gauntlet. But I guess we'll see. So nah, I'm too tired to even draw the hood. Like, it's off model already. So guys, yeah, I'm gonna revisit this. I'm sad it didn't come, as quickly together as, the last one did. But yeah, I think this is it's supposed to be Appmon. It's supposed to be a ultimate grade. But I can't proportion well. So, like, in terms of proportions, it's probably closer to, like, Wardamon or Satellamon, as opposed to the chibi or... Yeah, I know it does. That's been my problem all night, Mark. That's what I've been talking about. That's kind of been my problem all night, because I am... because I can't proportion. Like, the idea was just... The idea was to just get a base idea down, and then hire an artist to, do the rest of it. So like like realistically, when it's done, it would be proportioned more like this, which, like, Wardamon is just a person in a fancy costume when you look at her. So I wasn't really too fussed on the idea that she looked tall, but as I've said a couple of times, she's a person wearing a monster. Yeah, realist. Yeah. So ah, so this was the base idea. Yes, but I am also not a very good artist, which is why, as I said, the idea of tonight was just to come up with an idea and then hire an artist to, make it look more like it's supposed to. But like we've kind of gotten away from, if anything, I think the only positive thing that's come out of this is that I fit the feet into the same image. I wasn't doing that before, so that's so originally so the first time we did one of these, we took Navimon. We took Roleplaymon. We did exactly what we did tonight. Hashed out design elements, what are the best things to carry over. And we ended up with this. So I was able to take that idea, hire an artist who turned that into this. Same idea, just redefined by somebody who knows what they're doing. And that was the plan for tonight, to do the same thing. So even though the idea that we come up with doesn't look good, we hand it off to someone who knows what they're doing and they can fix it. And then from this reference art, that turned into this. So again, same idea, just different execution. So yeah, I know what I'm doing isn't great, but you know what? At least I'm not asking a computer to do it. So on that note, I think I'm gonna go to bed. It's 5:30 in the morning. I'm going to bed. Hopefully myself and Meg will see everyone back for Appmon tomorrow. Sorry, not Appmon, Jesus Christ. Beat Break. It's gonna be Kyo versus Kaito. While Tomoro and Asuka fight in the mirror world. So I'm looking forward to it. Should be a lot of fun. But yeah, I'll see you all soon. Like, look, You know, we worked a lot of stuff out today. What works, what doesn't. Quite a few different poses. You know, and maybe landed on something that doesn't quite work, but that's what going back to the drawing board is for. So... look after yourselves, everyone. And Prairie, thank you so much. Bye, everyone. Yada yada.